Hello everybody and welcome to another Chill Sunday stream. I hope everybody's having a lovely day. I want to welcome everybody and remind everybody to move into live chat so we can continue to converse with each other. As usual, I love when this community is able to talk with one another. I'm going to give people a few minutes to make their way into the chat and we will proceed from there. So we can continue to converse with each other. Yep. Okay, there we go. And with that said, so today what I have planned is we're going to continue Underhero. We're supposed to make our way back to the other worlds, so I want to make our way into that. And I also want to discuss Columbus and the legacy of colonialism. I also want to review something we talked about recently on another stream that had to do with the vendor in New York City. There was some positive news that came out of that, so I want to talk about that with everyone briefly. In addition to that, I hope everyone can see that I'm now on a HD camera. So I'm hoping the quality is truly improved for all of you. I've had to make some adjustments to the way the stream is done. It should not affect things, but you know, if there's any technical difficulties, I hope you'll all bear with me. Jaguar, welcome, welcome. As usual, happy to see the kitty in a box. I hope you are having a lovely Sunday. Zero, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well today as well. And as usual, it is always good to see you. Okay. Also, thanks YouTube. It's telling me that there's one person watching the stream when I just got 2 messages. Jaguar says, "Aw, thanks, I've been productive. I was organizing my creative station." Merchant says, "Hi, I'm watching." Hi all. Welcome merchants. Hope you're doing well today. Hope everybody here is having a lovely Sunday. So also, when I level up now, I can now set polls for you all to choose which one I pick. I figured out how to set that up as well. I should, depending on how the stream goes, I may actually be interacting with you all slightly faster, actually. With the way I have things set up. But I'm not 100% certain on that. Zero says, "I'm having technical difficulties with my contacts, but other than that, everything is great." Technical difficulties are the worst when in that regard. But I hope that that sorts itself out pretty soon, and I hope you can get to get your contact situation fixed. Jaguar has said, "I have a little arts and crafts shelf thing, and it got into a bit of a disarray." Oh no, I hope everything's okay with your arts and crafts shelf. I hope you can reorder it in a way that makes you feel at peace of mind with it. I'm going to give it about another minute, and then we'll start playing, but in the meantime, I'm just going to switch up the music to something a little more lively. There we go. I'm gonna miss this song in particular when we're done with this game. Which I am expecting will probably be either this stream or next one. Jaguar says, "It's fine, just that from all the projects I started, it's getting too cluttery and all over the place for my liking. I also needed to declutter a bit and reorganize." Well, I'm glad you've had some time to do that. Declutter and reorganization can be a very fulfilling practice. Zero says, the HD camera looks great. I can totally see your elf ears. Yes! You'll be able to actually see my ears. Hopefully you can actually see me. I know in a lot of the other streams it was getting kind of on the blurry side. Is it letting you all select 720 and 1080p quality for the... Also, is everything working? And that... Why am I getting that message? Oh, okay, that buffering emoji actually kind of freaked me out for a second. I thought there was something wrong. I thought it was having trouble loading. It only lets you do 720p? Interesting. You know what? I know why that is the case. Okay, so here's the weird thing about the way this camera sets up. If I am to record my videos on the camera itself and then export it, I'm able to record full 1080p. But if I were to record directly from the camera, I can only get 720p. Which is weird. I'm gonna at some point need to invest in a capture card if I want to do the streams in 1080p, but I honestly don't know if that's necessary because 720p for as small as I have my image should be fine for you to pretty much see everything. I might just want to get the capture card, honestly, at some point to make it easier to record videos instead of having to sync the audio the way that I have to now. Again, it's just learning about the process and adjusting. I came into this with anarchist knowledge. I didn't come and organizing knowledge. I didn't come into this with understanding how cameras work. So, thankfully, I've had lots of support from all of you, and that has made it a lot easier. Also, I just want to make sure before I get into everything that... Did I actually post that properly? Yeah, I did. Yeah, camera stuff's hard, but I am grateful to have gotten this updated and fixed up. It should make the streams a little bit more enjoyable. It should make things a lot less headachy. And I'm no longer running on an old cell phone, so... Also, that tea is a little hot today, for some reason. But, with that said, I think we should be good to get in. Let me just... Jaguar had said, I found an old drawing I made when I was trying to process all the sexism I was experiencing at the time. I might post on the server. Oh yeah, if you feel comfortable, please do. That would be something that I think would initiate a great conversation about sexism and the way that it manifests and affects people. As well as, hopefully, a conversation about your experience and why you drew it. Sorry for the unintentional false alarm. Yeah, it's fine. I'm glad that I figured it out. Merchant says, I may make some tea. I highly recommend it. Tea is wonderful. It is my one great pleasure in life, my one luxury that I enjoy. Jaguar said, I like that you built things up and upcycled when you got started. Feels real, you know. Oh yeah, no, like, everything, like, people don't even know what I had to do to get that old camera set up. There's an app, Droid Cam, which I highly recommend if anybody really needs to get started and doesn't have access to getting a camera. It's like a $5 app, and it really worked out for me. But on top of that, to set up the way that I have the camera, I had to more or less stack a bunch of books on top of each other. And then I created this little cardboard box that I had and cut out a thing for the lens so that I could keep the camera pressed up against it, and then had something holding it in place behind it. And then I had cut a hole in the side of the box to run the USB cord into it so that I could have it run into my computer. And that was the type of setup I was using. Now I just have a camera that runs right from there. Tripod should be arriving soon, but I'm currently still using the books. But with that said, I think we should make our way back to the first world. Also, I think I'm just going to adjust my chair slightly. There we go. Now I'm sitting a little more comfortably. Let me see what you've got saying here. Can I extend this downward? Nope, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Bear with me, I'm just trying to... No, I cannot extend that downward. Okay, that's fine. I can make this work. Speaking of crafts, I did a craft recently. Zero, that's awesome. What craft did you do, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, there you go. I had a pair of pants where the button was coming off and I fixed it. Excellent. I am happy that you were able to do that, and you should in fact be proud of yourself. Jaguar had said, that's really impressive and resourceful. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I tried to make things work as easily as possible. Zero had said, Tara, that's not a big deal. Our lab had a microscope and the light on it broke, so my boss tied a flashlight to it and we used it for like a year like that before he replaced it. I mean, you gotta be resourceful. You gotta be able to make things work. Also, welcome, Kanyan. I hope you are having a lovely Sunday, and I hope all is well. Let us head back into the Moth Forest. Wait, can I go back to the town now? I mean... Nope, still can't. I wonder if anything's changed. Because last time we got kicked out of the Moth Queen's palace and we weren't able to do anything. But we have to revisit to try to get the Moth Queen, and then we have to go visit Baron von Gregory to try to get them both to join us in our fight against Mr. Stitches, who is apparently being mind-controlled. By some sort of entity. It has been a while since we've been in this place. Ooh, the door's open. Hey, I think we can use the elevator now. Let's have a chat with that hairy menace. Now, I do know that I missed out on some stuff last time I was here. I remember I was reading up about some treasure vault that I missed out on that had an upgrade that I could have gotten much earlier in the game that I did not get. So I'm going to explore a little bit around here and see if I can figure out how to do that. The Moth Queen's Treasury. This is the spot I think I missed some stuff. Though I thought I was in here. You are here. Well, there's some coins I didn't get, so that's something. Did you reuse the button, or did you have to find a new one, Zero? That is a really, really good question. Ooh, an encounter. Are you a new recruit? Have you been assigned here? Who are you really? Honestly, I don't even want to fight you. At this point, I feel like they're potential allies. This... I don't know if I remember this from earlier in the game. And there's enemies here. Could you be after the Queen's treasures? Alert! Hostile detected. Suppress. There you go. Well, I can't get up that way. You kept the same button. That is pretty cool. And what's your deal? You seem very suspicious. I'm watching you, punk. No problem, Zero. See you in a few. Yeah, those moments really are satisfying, Jaguar, when you have the chance to be able to repair something fully and not have to, like, get anything new. There's something, at least to me, very satisfying about that. Oh yeah, there's a chest down there that I definitely did not get. Okay. All of these enemies are probably low-end enemies, so it's not really worth fighting them. You found a cassette tape played at the save station. Oh, apparently I missed that one earlier in the game. Okay. Spikes. Cyrus, welcome, welcome. How's it going? One side has coins, the other does not, so I will take the coin side. No. Dang. Okay, I gotta climb back up. Because I missed that chest. That's okay. Jaguar said I had to fix my winter jacket and lost the original button, but I had to find another one to replace the lost button. I had looked all over the place to find my, find in my place. Looked all over the place in my place to find a new one. Got it. Glad to hear that you're doing great, King Cyrus. No worries, Jaguar. Typos happen. I just want to make sure that I'm reading it correctly, and I'm, like, looking at the screen, trying to play the game at the same time, and trying to correct the typos in my head, so... Not an issue. I don't know how I missed going to this area at the beginning of the game. Chill Sunday stream equals creativity time. Excellent, excellent. What are you being creative with right now? If you want to share. If every pork chop was perfect, we wouldn't have hot dogs. True. Steven Universe quote for the win. By the way, how is the volume in the game? I made some adjustments to that as well to make sure that you could all potentially hear me a little better. That is a lot of gold I missed out on early in the game. Yeah, mostly this week. I know I only got 2 out of the usual 4 videos I try to put out, but there was a lot to set up with between the camera, readjusting everything, changing all of the audio stuff, redoing my intro in 1080p and now with the black background, now that I'm a little bit more familiar with how things work. Jaguar says, I have a whole to-do list of things that I'll be working on today. Awesome. Well, I hope you are able to get all of the things that you set out to do done, and in a way that makes you feel creatively satisfied. What is this? A key to an apartment. And I don't know if there's anything on that side. I'm gonna check it out anyway. Not a big deal to go back up one more section. Cyrus said, I've been working on how I'm gonna do my review for No Time to Die as a Bond film because I enjoyed it, surprisingly enough. Oh yeah, like, how was that? Because I remember you telling me on the Discord that it was pretty good. But, like, what was good about it? I mean, obviously, if you're gonna do a review, don't spoil the whole thing for us. Because I definitely want to check that out, but... Looks like I got everything here, no? Wall and floor. Yeah, that's that way. That's that path that brings you into the water, that brings you all the way around. It doesn't look like there's anything on that right path that splits off. So I think I got everything. Merchant says, I'm looking forward to your review. Me as well. I definitely hope you share it on the Discord. Because I'm looking forward to it. I'm not gonna grab the elevator yet until I finish exploring. It's a good thing I got that key though now. Let's see if we can... Yeah, I wasn't able to go up this way last time. I still can't. And I'm gonna check the underground areas, if we can get back to those. Zero said, I generally stay away from James Bond movies because of the sexism, but I've been starting to hear the more recent ones aren't so bad. Yeah, generally speaking, the combination of just, like, power fantasy for and boys club mentality that goes into a lot of James Bond movies doesn't really intrigue me. You know, doesn't feel like I've been the target audience, as it were, for those movies. But I'm hearing good things as well, so maybe they're changing things up a little bit. Okay. Grab any coins that I missed last time I was here. Well, I'm not gonna get all those, but got a few of them. Ooh, potion. I wonder if there's anything different this way versus the other way. Doesn't look like it, but... Ew, welcome, welcome. Stream's been going well, and I hope you are having a lovely Sunday as well. We just made our way back to the first world, and we've been talking a little bit about arts and craft projects, and now we're just talking about the James Bond movie that Cyrus is going to be making a review of. I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I cannot complain. Happy to be at this point, happy that things are going well, and... Ah, there is a chest I missed down there. That was a cassette. There we go. See, I'm happy that I got the chance to go back here because earlier in the game I could not actually go back to this space. This was the way to the Moth Queen's bar. Hey, it's you, mates. Sup? You have no idea how long it took us to drain all that booze. Yeah, we didn't technically do that. Oh, I know. I just wanted some validation for all that work. Good job. Thanks. That's fair. Is someone out there? Do you want to hear the story of how I asked someone to bring me some paper ages ago and never came back? Definitely not. Bye. Let's take this back up to the first floor. And let's see if we can go in from the other entrance. Yes, friendly reminder for everybody to change to live chat. Also gonna do this, the shameless plug thing, early in the stream this time. Feel free, if you are someone new checking this out, to check out the links in the description down below for the Discord and for Twitter, and consider following me there. And if you are in a place where you can financially do so, please consider donations. There are links for a single donation and Patreon in the description down below. Also, the whole like, comment, subscribe, because it helps with the algorithm thing. And I will catch up with chat as soon as I'm done falling through spikes. Even though I'm pretty sure I have enough health that I could just literally fall down this and it wouldn't probably kill me. Jaguar said this reminds me of a more dangerous Alice in Wonderland rabbit hole. Oh, that's actually a good metaphor, because you're literally falling down the hole. Ooh, free potion. And since I'm at full potions, that just healed me up anyway. Alright, there was nothing different on the left side. Now I can take the left path and explore that a little bit instead of going to the bar, but first, I shall catch up with chat. Craig... Cyrus had said... It was not bad, it felt more like a romance film, interestingly enough. Plus, Craig's Bond, or the actor, was always self-aware and what that character was and how problematic Bond was as a character. Interesting. I'm not familiar enough with Craig or with the Bond movies to know about that. I think I've watched a few of the older ones, but I really didn't have... I don't have any, like, strong memories of them. Bond is still womanizing, but he isn't going around doing it for no reason like the other films. He generally does care for the women he encounters, at least in the new films. Not perfect, but a change. That is a slight positive change. Jaguar says, while I was reorganizing and decluttering, I was able to empty out an old school supply box. I will now make it into a box to hold my RP dice as well as a rolling mat. Oh, that's really cool. So you're gonna have, like, the dice box used to, like, hold the dice, and then, like, the other side you can use for a rolling mat, or are you gonna have something you can unroll out of the box? I just want to know if I'm understanding. You're gonna add some leftover stuff from your project to the inside of the lid to make it into a rolling mat. Cyrus says the older ones are horrible. Yeah, I remember them being pretty bad. I vaguely remember the one... I think this was a Bond movie. Was there one where this guy had, like, this giant jaw full of, like, metal in his mouth or something? Am I remembering that correctly? Bill says, I think I heard about the change in direction somewhere about the Bond films. Yeah, I have no window into James Bond stuff. Bill says that's Jaws. Let's see. So the top right path takes me into the area that I just was. The bottom right, then. Let's see if there's another chest up here that I maybe, or down here that I maybe missed. Because here's the button. That should tell you how little I know, because I, one, don't even know the character's name, and two, I don't remember barely anything about that film, except for him having metal in his mouth. I think that was, like, something kind of scary when I was a kid. Cyrus says I'm excited to see Dune, though, and yes, I expect a review for that one. Now, Dune, excuse me, a Dune I do have a reference for. I'm genuinely excited to see Dune. And I hope this one actually holds on to the themes that the books are wrapped around. Like the whole idea of, you know, of, like a false prophet narrative. And all that goes into Paul Atreides and his story. Are they planning to make the whole series, or are they just doing the first Dune? Because I find when these companies historically have done just the first Dune movie and they don't have the intention of doing the series, they kind of upgrade Paul a little bit to a very different character. And I feel like in cinema they kind of have to. Where his character is not supposed to be what they generally do. If that makes any sense. Like, they overhype him. Which ends up, I feel like, completely missing the mark and turning him into, like, this white savior. Cyrus says, I think they're doing a trilogy this time. How would that work? Are they going to... Are they going to end it with, like, how are they going to do that in terms of ending it? Like, I don't want to spoil the series for people who haven't watched it, but... Or haven't, like, read the books. But I'm trying to figure out how they're going to end it in a trilogy. Because if they did the first 3 books, they'd be ending on a certain weird note that would be just kind of weird to end on. I was talking about Dune, Il. Sopranos, I don't know of any trilogy for that. Osiris, if you've read the books, then what I'm basically asking is how they're going to deal with the God Emperor thing in a trilogy. Like, how are they going to handle the start of the 4th book, as it were? Also, how much you want to bet that at some point somebody's going to get the brilliant idea to turn one of the movies into 2 movies? And honestly, that is probably the least spoiler way for me to talk about that, because the 4th book is called God Emperor of Dune, so... I guess I can head up to the 2nd floor now, because I've been everywhere that I can be in here. I don't really need any of this. Might as well save here. What was this way? Right is safe station, up is throne room. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else over here. Because I could have totally seen myself missing a chest on the way up. We'll just drop back down, basically, and then take the elevator back up. That'll probably be the fastest way to explore everything and make sure that we combed over the place. Okay, here was the elevator to get back up. Cyrus says, I have a weird feeling. Yeah, I have a weird feeling about it too. Sarah says, in the case of The Sopranos, I have a feeling we're going to get another film, but it'll take place in the 80s when Tony officially gets into the life. That wouldn't surprise me at all. That's another one I don't really know too much about with The Sopranos, but it wouldn't surprise me if that was the direction they went in to go into, like, the past stuff. I guess we should go talk to the Moth Queen, because it looks like I've covered the whole area that I can. And hopefully I didn't miss anything else. Moth Queen's throne room. Hello there, Your Highness. You two, I specifically told you not to come back to my domain. Well, yeah, we know, but we have a good reason. What reason could you possibly? We found King Timothy. What? Yep. You never stopped talking, and now you decide to play coy. Tell me where he is now. Whoa, not so fast, Your Highness. Before we do that, we'll need something from you. We want to defeat Stitches, and I mean truly defeat Stitches. So you finally figured it out. And I assume you want my help. We'll bring Timothy back here safe and sound, and in exchange you'll help us bring Stitches down. Oh darling, if it wasn't for my missing husband, I would have done that myself years ago. Very well, I will be waiting here. After you bring him back, we will talk. Alright kid, the last time we saw Tim and Timbolt, they were inside the factory. I think we should look there first. I hope they don't wander off again. Alright, so back to the factory we go. Coming through. Oh. Okay. Oh, thank goodness. I feared we'd have to look for them all over the kingdom. That would have been an incredible waste of time. True. I'm kind of grateful for that myself, because that would have seemed like an obnoxious amount of backtracking. I'm so glad you're alright. We would have never found you if we hadn't followed that kid around. Yes, my dear, thanks to them, we found our way here. They even saved us from a few pickles. Oh, thank you so much. Hey, don't mention it, just remember our deal. Yes, I will help you. Stitches will know the meaning of pain. Shouldn't we tell her about that split personality thing? I don't think she cares, honestly, and I think it's for the best. To war! I wonder... Don't even try to enter my private study again. That portal to the castle does not work anymore. It was worth a shot. Why did it switch me back to top chat? There we go. If I missed anything that you all said, I apologize because it decided to switch me back to top chat instead of live chat. Il says, sorry, jumping back and forth from here and Anti-Conquista. Yeah, that's reasonable. Jaguar said, you need to sing To War song, Duck Soup. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about. To war, to war. Like, I wonder if that was a Marx Brothers reference right there. So, we got another apartment key. Merchant says I was switched to top chat too. Yeah, what is going on with that? game is saved. Now, which floor is that key for? 4D. Apartment 4D. Key finding master. You got a slingshot upgrade. May your aim be true. That would have been so nice to have throughout the game. So I am now going to see how we are doing on collectibles and see if we're caught up, because... So just bear with me a moment. I'm gonna check the cassettes. Like, how many cassettes do we have? We have 25 cassettes. We have 14 health upgrades. Because somebody actually made a list for this game for all of the upgrades and where you should be at this point in the game. Underhero. So I'm just gonna consult that super quick. We should have 25 cassettes at this point. We do. We should have 14 health upgrades. We do. We should have all of our weapons upgraded 3 times and stamina upgraded twice. So sword is 3 times, slingshot is 3 times, hammer is 3 times, stamina is twice. We have all of the keys. There we go. So we're in good shape. That means we pretty much have everything. Which means there's nothing stopping me from buying the last potion upgrade. Ike, welcome. How are you doing? I hope you are having a lovely Sunday. We should be able to fill our potions. And repair our shield. Heading back to World 2 so we can get Gregory on our side. Happy Sunday indeed, Ike. I hope you are having a lovely one. Another blizzard. This is not an ordinary blizzard. This has something to do with the Baron. Great, at least we know he's home. True. Oh yeah, I cannot parachute, no. And of course the blizzard's gonna cause damage to our health. Might as well save while we're here. We're making preparations for our fight. This game, Ike, is called Underhero. It's an indie game that's based around kind of a Paper Mario style gameplay where you're entering into combat and choosing some selections with timed hits and stuff. Oh hey, it's you guys. What's going on here? Master Greg is very upset about his last battle for some reason. He's decided to close the manor. I think he doesn't want to be bothered with heroes anymore. We really need to talk to him. Do you know where he is? He has locked himself inside the tower. He even ordered some of us to not let anyone go upstairs. At least we know where he is. Please, you have to knock some sense into him. We can't party like this. Oh, for real? For real. Looks like you can't touch those masked ghosts for now. Until you find something that lets you fight them, don't touch them. Wait, why shouldn't I be able to fight them? I have the candle. I know the candle wasn't lit. It's so interesting to see people in the chat that recognize each other from other streams. Ike says, that's nice, I love this game model. I remember Paper Mario doing turn-based combat really well. Yeah, absolutely. It's a simplified version of it, obviously, because it's made by an indie developer. However, the plot twists in the game have been spectacular. Like, we've realized that we're within a cyclical structure within the game, and it's been doing this really, really, really good job of creating this really interesting world where everything is just, like, in this repetitive cycle, and it talks almost about systems and stuff like that. There's some anti-capitalist stuff that goes on with one of the characters as well. Little bit of racism that we had to talk about a couple of weeks back, but the developers actually apologized for it and thought they were trying to do something good. And they explained their reasonings for it. And I hope that when these developers put out their next game that it ends up being just as good as this one has been. Oh, I felt like a rock there. Yeah, King Cyrus, explain yourself. Why is Paper Mario a disgrace? Are you talking about the more recent entries or the whole series? Is this the way to the tower? Oh yeah, I remember now. We have to climb up the platforms to get to the rooftop. Zero says, I like Thousand Year Door. The sticker one is meh. I've heard that basically after Thousand Year Door, they all kind of went downhill. You know why Paper Mario pissed me off? I felt like it was cheap because Nintendo was copying Mega Man. Wait, how is Paper Mario copying Mega Man? Okay, come on. These ghosts are annoying. Cyrus says I'm joking. Okay. I thought you were serious for a moment. You're parodying a fanboy. That is the type of thing that I would expect a fanboy to say. So you did a good job. Successful troll on that one. I really believed you. That ghost was in the absolute worst spot. Let's see. Cyrus, you should see the console and PC discourse on Twitter. Oh my goodness. I feel like most of the discourse on Twitter, I guess, is something else. But no, the console PC thing is absolutely ridiculous. I don't know why it matters what we play our games on. The only nod that I would give to PC is the fact that you can install things a little more widely. Like, it's a little more customizable. But most of the consoles are turning into PCs anyway. You came back. If you wish to fight again, you are out of luck. I no longer want to fight. We don't want to fight you. We need your help. My help? I finally learned the truth. The truth behind our missing memories. I have also learned something about myself. The reason my soul can't rest is because it is incomplete. Could it be? Of course, it was so obvious. Sir, we have found your missing piece. What? Oh, that's so fascinating. I never noticed that. His other hand is darker than the other hand. And handy. Wow. I feel like that should have been more obvious, but I was so focused on fighting him when we saw him last time that it just didn't dawn on me. Ike says iOS gaming is superior. Who needs RAM when you have a touchscreen? PCs can have touchscreens. Cyrus says, how dare you question the PC masterpiece. Honestly, if you enjoy playing a game on a device, just play the game on the device. There, that's my controversial statement. I'm afraid we can't do that, sir. Not yet. What do you mean? It's a long story, but here it goes. One long story later. So you and I, yes, we used to be allies. Stitches did this to me, and all this time I have worked under his command like a lapdog. Together we can bring him down. You have my word. I will help you fight him. He will pay. I'm sorry, sir. We have to do this too. Handy and I will come back after this is over. Do what you must. I'll be waiting. Say, how could you control your left gauntlet if you didn't have Handy? Hello, sorry to interrupt. I'm under Master Gregory's instruction to possess his left gauntlet. I believe he forgot. He gave me that order 4 centuries ago. That I did. Huh. You'll be relieved of your duties very soon. Your service is appreciated. Oh, thank you so much, sir. Being a hand is terribly uncomfortable. I've been waiting a long time to stretch for a bit. Alright, so we've got the support of both Gregory and the Moth Queen. So the princess was gonna go get Sasarismo to join us. So we don't really have to head there, though I kind of feel inclined to just check super quick. Life's too short to bicker over other people's platform choices. There's so many better things to bicker over if we have to bicker. I mean, I'd prefer not having to bicker, but if we do, like, I can think of 100 better things off the top of my head. I remember in 2011 the crap of that could be the Halo killer. This was the start of the stupid graphics thing, and idiots were doing graphic comparison videos. Oh my goodness. It's like, enjoy the game, it's not that deep. I will never understand. I will never understand. We just need everything to be cross-platform, to be honest. That's why I even have a PC. Yeah, most things are compatible on PC at this point, and that's probably the best reason to have one. Some of the Switch games aren't, you know, and some of the PS4 games, but most Microsoft games are cross-compatible. And Microsoft even has it set up that you can play some of the games on PC that aren't, so... I don't know. I think the norm is going to be generally full cross-platform in the future. I think Nintendo will end up being the holdout on that regard. Which is a big part of the reason why I'm not the biggest fan of Nintendo these days. Though from what I hear, there are ways around that. Gonna be honest, I really struggle using mouse and keyboard. I still use a DualShock 4. I mean, I still use the Xbox controller, so I feel you. Must be because of the siege. Tiber said he would try to convince the minions to help us defeat Stitches. I think we should do our part of the job too. And that means we should make our way to Heroes Road, kid. There should be a way to reach it from the main hall. And the thing is you could still use a DualShock 4 on PC if you know what you're doing. So it's not even like it really matters. Cyrus says one thing I hated about Gamergate was not only did you have sexism and racism, but you had idiots going after folks over game reviews and, quote, corruption in game journalism. Yeah, any critique at that point became suspect by the gaming community. This is strange. Yet they said nothing on why COD games kept getting 9.6 in IGN or other sites they seem to not care about. True. Very, very true. Secret passage to the right. Do not let the hero see you. Our home depends on it. Ooh, good music. We're in the castle's main entrance. This is the last test for every hero before they reach their final battle. Are you ready, kid? Stitches is using mask kids to stop you? Oh, he plays dirty. Look, I know I told you. I did not see that. I gave you no choice. You fought because I told you to. And I'm sorry, kid. This time, you make the call. If you want to fight them, you can do it. If you wish to leave them alone, just sneak past them or bribe them. Whichever choice you make, I'll respect it, no matter the consequences. If we defeat Stitches, these underlings will be saved too. Let's go, kid. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking about some saving people and helping people with material conditions and stuff. Understanding that they're under the boss's thumb all the time. Let's talk to the masked kid. Why did you bump me? See where you're going. Wait, you must be the traitor Lord Stitches warned us about. There's no way I'll let you pass. Bribe time. I mean, you look like any other masked kid around. It's not like anyone will notice you. Word of advice, stop bumping into people. There's always a way to avoid touching people, don't be rude. And if anyone sees you, well, just buy their silence. Completely fair. Is there a way to get up? Because I want to get that chest that we saw at the beginning. Can I get on top of here? There's one in the window up there, but how would I get up there? Let's see. Oh, this allows me to hide. I mean, you really shouldn't be touching people you don't know. True. Oh, here's how we get up there. Oh, there's plenty of bribe money. Hey, we found one of the cassettes. Hopefully it's the cassette for this song, because this song is awesome. Cyrus said GTA 5 came out and they attacked a trans woman for saying the game wasn't good satire. I agree it wasn't, but they harassed her. It was horrible. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff we saw quite commonly when it came to Gamergate. And honestly, we still see stuff like that. People get really protective of their games. They don't want to critically analyze it and have it treated like any other medium where it's subject to criticism. Oh, I thought there was going to be like a secret up pathway. Fair enough. Okay, I cannot cross through that, and it just immediately poisoned me. This is the same gaming community that wants to be taken seriously. Yeah, pretty much. When it comes to gaming, I don't even feel like it's like a community for me. I just play the games that I enjoy playing. And I typically prefer smaller indie developers anyway, and everybody's all like, oh my goodness, the latest AAA title, and I'm like, that's not what I'm about here. The games I feel like a lot of people get excited about are not the ones I typically get excited about. Like, I want to see innovation. I want to see new developments. I want to see people being creative with limitations on some level, you know? And I don't need the same AAA release with the exact same stuff every single time. That doesn't fulfill me. That doesn't make me feel good about, one, gaming, and two, I don't know, it's just not a positive experience for me. Okay, I totally messed. That was on me. I had several opportunities to fix that. I'm waiting for the platform. Jaguar says, I'm such a low-key gamer. I play platformers, point-and-clicks, and simple games. I know some people think that's so lame, but I have fun and think that's the point. Honestly, that makes you a gamer as far as I'm concerned. And the gamer gatekeeping thing does nothing for anybody. Jaguar says, back in the day, people wouldn't take me seriously because I liked Kirby. What's wrong with liking Kirby? I swear to you, that whole mentality of if you don't have topper graphics, AAA games, or if you're not playing the hardest game, if it's not Dark Souls, it's not real gaming. Like, that's not my vibe. Like, I thought the point of the gaming community was to have fun. These people think you're a gamer if you're playing FPS or multiplayer. Not everything has to be competitive either, especially to that full extent. Like, I'm not knocking people who enjoy that, just it doesn't have to be. Is there an up path and a middle path? Jaguar says, people would say it's not a real game because it's so easy and cute. Now Kirby's so popular. Wait, there's definitely something up there. Cyrus says, I like Dark Souls for the lore. Like, I would play a Dark Souls game. That's, like... But that doesn't mean every gamer in existence has to be gatekept to the point where it's like, if you didn't play Dark Souls, you're not a real gamer. Is there a way to get up there? No. Okay. It was worth it. Oops. Ow, my shoulder. Hey, it's the road kid. Prepare thyself. Here you go. Wait, what the heck? Did that take me back to the beginning? Also, was I able to open that other door at the beginning? Now I feel like I gotta go back and check. I think the Gamergate is also classist aside from the racism and sexism. Growing up, we couldn't afford games and systems, so it was kind of left out from the quote-unquote real gaming. That's another factor. Games all have an expensive barrier to entry. No, I cannot open this door. So why do they make this door look like the other doors that you could in fact go through? Also, I'm gonna quickly just go back and heal and save. Also might be a good time to take a super small break and then get into our topics of conversation. Also, I can check if we got that song in the cassette room. Cyberpunk won't run properly unless you own a super PC worth $3,000. Because that's worth it, right? Do you want to play this one game? $3,000. Let's see if we got Hallway of Bruises and Stitches. Is that it? Nope. There we go. So everyone, I will be back in a couple of minutes, and then we can get into our conversation and continue through the game. So I will see you all in a few, and leave you with this awesome music. Hello, hello. We are back. What I miss? What I miss? Zero said snack break. I hope you enjoy your snack break. Cyrus says, when I was a kid, I played a... Sorry, I missed that completely. I lost my place. 1 second. When I was a kid, I played a lot of games like street racing, games like Midnight Club. I don't know what Midnight Club is. Jaguar says, Tara left her seat. I claim it as mine. Meow. Ha 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 ha. My seat was stolen. Cyrus says, no, I've started a coup. Bow before God Emperor King John in 99. You can coup all you want. I just wanted the warm chair. Oh, that's funny. Alright, I'm gonna make my way back up the castle, and then we can start talking a little bit about some of the stuff we were meant to talk about today. So, first thing I want to mention is, do you all remember the thing that I brought up, might have been a couple of weeks ago now, about the vendor in New York City who had all of their stuff thrown out? Cyrus said I was just trying to justify myself. I'm not paid enough to fight. Screw that siege. That's real. Well, the community, yeah, that topic got me riled up as well. For those of you who are not familiar, basically, New York City had a sanitation department show up and take this person's, this vendor, this person who was selling fruits and vegetables on the street, and threw out all their produce. Like, all of it. There were fresh food, there were fresh, like, strawberries, there was all sorts of good food that was more than likely safe to eat. And this person had basically their business destroyed. Because there's issues around getting licenses in New York City, apparently, for vendors that are tied to a lack of proper management, in addition to possibly a limited number of licenses being available. Well, people in the community showed up, and apparently the person involved actually got $13,000, I think it was, from the members of the community who all donated to this person's GoFundMe to take care of them. And so I wanted to drop that bit of good news behind everything. Yes, there was a lot of food waste involved, but this person's livelihood was not completely destroyed in the process. And given how many people probably get access to fresh fruits and vegetables just because of people like this one person, honestly, I'm glad they'll be able to continue to do what they do. Because throwing out all that food in a food desert has to be one of the most horrific things I've seen in a while, from, like, the state just absolutely destroying someone's livelihood. And not just her livelihood, but the livelihood of people around her. Because if you can't get access to fresh fruits and vegetables, that's not gonna be the greatest thing, right? So I just want to bring that bit of good news up. I found this article, I think it was from Gothamist. Let me see if I can share those. That should work. Okay, it took out my camera for a second. But you can see it. Bronx vendor who had fresh produce tossed by city receives over $13,000 in donations. As they confiscated all this, the city sanitation department video that went viral. This is not being given to me by the mayor, but my neighborhood, people who support me. See, that's the thing, right? It wasn't the city that gave this person the money or any sort of care. It was the people in the neighborhood. And that's something to keep in mind as well. This is the type of aid that we need for each other when we're looking out for each other. And so this article exists. Yeah, I'm a blue screen. I'll be properly myself in a moment. It's one of those tech difficulties that I have to resort out when it comes to the new camera and resetting all my feeds, as it were. But yeah, I'm really grateful that the community showed up, that people are looking out for each other, because the state ain't gonna do it. It's just not. And this is a person who's clearly beloved in the community and very, very clearly is someone who provided, again, a resource to a lot of people with the fresh fruits and vegetables that they brought in. To an area that's otherwise a food desert. You know, when big corporations think they're too good to, and it's not worth their financial, bottom lines to sell produce in these neighborhoods. You need people like her selling it. At least while we're under our current system. I recognize that mask anywhere. You're that traitorous kid. Pay if you want to live. Yeah, I'll pay. I really don't feel like fighting all of these enemies. And there's more than enough money. There was no fly, I'm sorry. Where does this one lead? And so for the other topic that I wanted to talk about, because I thought that would be a pretty small one, but the other thing I want to talk about is Monday, as it's known in most of the United States, is Columbus Day. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Columbus. And that's a topic that gets me quite agitated for reasons that should be quite apparent. The discourse around it is always just frustrating when you deal with people who don't have a conception of either indigenous rights or leftist perspectives. Jaguar had said, "It's so crazy that the mythos of pick yourself up by the bootstraps and when BIPOC folks try to do so, the state comes in and trashes the effort." That happens all the time. And I brought that up last time we talked about this. The idea that a person of color would, create their own business for themselves. And I know New York City probably isn't the only place that does this. In fact, I know that's the case. Where they limit the licenses to certain communities, they make it very difficult for certain people from certain backgrounds to get access to the resources they need, and they constantly put these populations in a place where they either have to operate outside of the law, or they have to operate in such a way that they can have their businesses completely eradicated and destroyed through false pretenses. And so that's quite consistent. And, people always say, oh, well, you should do things legally. Legally doesn't always work. And legally doesn't always work, especially for populations of color, because the law is usually stacked against people of color. BIPOC folks always get the short end of things with that. And it's part of the oppression of the state that often gets ignored by those who benefit from the privileges of the state working for them. That's why I identify as an anarchist for the most part, because at the end of the day, the state will always serve one group over another. we will always, as a community, be able to work within one another far better than the state ever will with its enforcement of power. Cyrus says, the butcher, the murderer, the psychopath. Yeah, let's get back to Columbus. So, obviously we know the story. He comes over and, you know, the whole mythos around him about claiming that he, quote, discovered America. One, there were people here, we all know that. Anybody who's a leftist who's in watching this pretty much knows the problems with all of the narrative and the mythos. But at the end of the day, he was the first in a long strain of people whose legacy is colonization, the destruction of cultures, of the creation of genocide, and that's the marker that we look at when we talk about Columbus. And yet we have a holiday to celebrate this guy. Yeah, Cyrus, you're absolutely right. He landed on the island that would be Haiti and DR, as he called it, Hispaniola. You won't get away from me. Okay. I don't want to. You smell fishy. You fiend. Genocide after genocide, culture after culture, destroyed people after people. Just completely wiped out throughout the Americas. And he was the first. He starts that legacy. You look at the destruction of the Aztecas from that whole debacle. You look at the Incan conquest. That all comes from the legacy of where Columbus was. And even all of that ends up getting tied to England eventually wanting to send their own colonists into the Americas, and the French wanting to send their own colonists into the Americas, as well as other nations who ended up having much less standing in the Americas. And basically, Jaguar says, it's infuriating that Turtle Island was seen as paradise or the Garden of Eden, and they jacked it up. Well, yeah, it was definitely seen from the lens of the European perspective as both a paradise and the Garden of Eden. And a lot of the different indigenous groups, like, I'm not going to pretend everything was politically perfect amongst different indigenous populations in the Americas. You know, there was still conflict, there was still battles, there was still war. It was very different. It was a very different structure to all of that than what we're typically used to or would think of today. However, it's also worth noting that the Europeans came in and colonized everything and, you know, eradicated culture after culture and made everything in their own image. And Jaguar, I'm completely with you on the no respect factor. Cyrus, usually some asshat person says he represents the Italians, and it's like, dude, of all the Italians you want to hold up Columbus. I actually want to I'm glad you brought that up, Cyrus, because I want to bring up two Italian anarchists that I think would be much better representations for the Italian community. I'm talking specifically now about Sacco and Vanzetti, who had their trials pretty much established by the state. I'm just gonna bring up an image of them, and I might lose camera again. This should do it. Let me see if I can just briefly fix that, but that's Sacco and Vanzetti. They were anarchists who were pretty much executed by the state. You want to talk about Italians that you can celebrate? They are two of them. Have I heard about the Ballad of Sacco and Vanzetti by Joan Baez? I actually have not heard that. Definitely gonna have to check that out later. Bear with me one moment while I try to get my camera out of being blue box. I know how we can fix that. Can fix that very easily. We're gonna add that. That is the wrong one. Give me 1 second. I clicked the wrong one. We want that. There we go. Jaguar says it's okay if the cam goes out as long as you know and you're still here with us. Yes, I am still here, and now there is camera. Il says it's a beautiful song made by the words written by them in the letters to their families when they were in jail. I'll have to check that out after stream. I'd love to put it on stream, but I will probably get copyright struck because YouTube. But if you want to know more, definitely look up them. That isn't the main point of what I wanted to talk about, but I did want to mention it, and I'm just pulling up their wiki so that you could take a look. They were Italian immigrant anarchists who were controversially accused of murdering a guard and paymaster during April 15, 1920 armed robbery of the Slater and Morrill Shoe Company in Braintree, Massachusetts. 7 years later, they were electrocuted. There's a lot of questionable stuff around this whole case, that they probably were not the people involved, and there's just a whole complicated story. But if you want to know about anarchists who were of Italian descent that people could celebrate instead of Columbus, you know, who did genocide, these are two that you could definitely look into. Sunday, let's go into that so we can get back to the game. Let's listen together on the server. Yeah, after stream, we can have a little after party there, and we'll listen to the song. After I get some food, because I'm gonna want food after stream. Where am I headed to, anyway? In this Heroes Road area. Like, there's a chest here, there's no path forward. Food is very important. Food is life. But yeah, this is when we're talking about Columbus, you know, he's not a hero. So, like you said, I don't know why there's that move to place him in that center position within Italian communities as, like, this person to uphold. And I can only imagine that on some level, tying him to those communities was part of a method of trying to make it so that Italians would be recognized and accepted into what we would consider to be aspects of whiteness. Because we have to remember that there was a time in the United States' history that they weren't. That whiteness is still kind of a malleable concept. Oh, I didn't realize I got the key. Woody Guthrie, The Two Good Men, another song about Sacco and Vanzetti. That one I think I've heard. So, yeah, that one is a good one if it's the one I'm thinking of. Italians accepted into whiteness. Yes, it's very true. And see, that's the thing, like, when you can promote yourself as being, like, tied to the idea of the Americas, like they did, you end up sacrificing the position of being an outcast, but you end up gaining, through all that, an aspect of privilege that ends up dehumanizing others at the cost of your growth. And honestly, that to me reeks of fascism. The idea that I should get, but other people shouldn't, or that my equality, as it were, with other people in positions of power comes at the cost of other people. That's basically how fascists tend to function. That's that kind of nationalistic zeal. Cyrus says especially how the Irish were tied to the police force in New York City. Well, the thing is the Irish historically have ended up in that role multiple times, both in Ireland and in the US. And it's kind of bizarre how that's happened. The struggle for Irish independence is one that saw a lot of Irish people end up basically take on the role of oppressing other Irish people through the same kind of means of a police force. Specifically, I'm thinking of the Black and Tans, as they were called. Where the, What are you trying to say, Elizabeth? That looks like a long way down, kid. And it seems to lead to a previous room downstairs. I recommend not falling. Yeah, I kind of figured that out since I already fell down it. Thank you, Elizabeth. But yeah, by tying them into the police force, they basically became class traitors and were able to do that, and they betrayed all of the causes. And I'm also gonna be real, it's the same type of thing we saw between the difference between the AFL and the CIO, where one ended up supporting people of color and one did not. You need solidarity. Jaguar says, I just don't understand why people get mad about removing one image for another. I don't understand it either, to be perfectly honest. That flag is different. That flag is purple. That makes me feel like there's supposed to be something down there. Also, there's something up there. I don't know how to reach it. I don't know how to grab that. Is that something I'm gonna have to do on an upper floor, maybe? Doesn't look like it. The fact that that one banner is purple, though, I feel like I should jump down here. Yep. Yep. What? O brave follower of the Queen, you who have proved your loyalty and leaped inside the abyss, please hear my plea. I am one of the last survivors of Queen Rena's followers. I have created this shrine to honor her memory. I was the only one who witnessed that wretched little coward did to the Queen. Since her demise, I have remained hidden inside these walls, but I'm afraid age has caught up with me. Stitches has grown strong and smart. I cannot even get close to that monster. How did he get so powerful? If anyone's reading this, please avenge our true leader, our powerful Queen Rena. Destroy that traitor Stitches for her sake. I bid you farewell, brave one. Oh wow, I'm glad that I checked that out. And that's what that was. I'm glad I trusted my instincts there. Good secret. Good use of just changing the background environment just a little bit to let you know that you had to do something there. Cyrus says, Jaguar, to be honest, I think there's a lot of BS because we have other famous Italians they can use like Leonardo da Vinci, Michelangelo, etc. Yeah, the thing is, I think it's really tied to the idea that they have stake in America, that they even come before the other white colonizers. That's what I'm saying. There are so many other famous icons that doesn't have to be un loco. Yeah. Probably easier to avoid enemies underwater. Don't let your guard down. That's a good point. We were here first. Yeah, and I think that's why Columbus got picked, because it was like, oh, you know, we were here before all of the Anglos, therefore we Italians have a stake in claim to this country, and therefore you can't discriminate against us. I think that was a lot of the logic when it came to Columbus. And honestly, it's complete nonsense and fiction. Also, how am I supposed to do this? Because Oh, this looks like it's gonna move if I hit something. I have to find a switch. Because there's no way I can swim through that. It says like a competition. Yeah, basically. And as long as they can say, I came here first, they can justify everything. The water's suspiciously warm over here. Oh wait, it's you. Don't you dare run away, fool. Zero says, I recently learned that Michelangelo didn't paint the Sistine Chapel all by himself because of course he didn't. That would be a lot of work. Okay, money is definitely better than fighting, I get it. At this point, I'm just giving them money because, honestly, they are underpaid and I know what Stitches has been doing. He got rid of part of their salary and took away all their benefits. You should have learned how to swim, punk. Oh, I didn't even notice these things. Ha, you're not escaping from my hole, you sucker. Okay. I mean, I was gonna give you money anyway. Cyrus says, Whiteness Part 2, maybe it had to do with so many Italian immigrants coming from Sicily, and to this day, there's this ethnic tension between Northern Italians and Southern Italians, maybe in that regard. That's the other thing. A lot of the Mediterranean is claimed in terms of history by Europe and European cultures. But most of the Mediterranean was shared between Northern African groups and European groups throughout history. Like, it exchanged hands more times than not. Areas like Sicily, areas like Crete. People act like that's not the case, that those islands in the Mediterranean were not somehow an embodiment of all the different cultures. Jaguar says, what's also mind-boggling is how many Latin American countries still have statues of Cristobal Colon. Sardina's another one. Cyrus, thank you. Yeah. The thing is Latin America still has a racism problem. We know that. There's still a celebration of the white populations, within most of the countries. There's still an ignorance and a negative belief towards, or a negative connotation towards any African or indigenous ancestry. Those features are still criticized and attacked. Communities who stayed together and managed to maintain their cultures are still frowned upon and criticized with very, very negative connotations. Like, that stuff doesn't stop in the US. Like, it's not like the US is the racist ones and then the rest of the Americas is perfectly fine. No, there's a history tied to the colonization done by the Spanish as well. And that still has tangible effects today. Zero says, the whole idea of having lighter-skinned babies to, quote, better the race is gross. Oh boy, yeah it is. And that is far too pervasive in a lot of the Latin American countries. And that's the thing also that's really bizarre when it comes to Latin identity or Latinx identity in the United States. Also, you could have somebody who is white with blonde hair and blue eyes that has a history that's connected to the Spanish crown, you know, and they will be treated within the same title and population as those who are dark-skinned, who are black with a mix maybe of black and indigenous features. That's all lumped into one category in the US. And honestly, in terms of the racism, both within the countries that we're talking about in Latin America and in the US, that has a different impact. And in a lot of ways, the identity around what goes into being Latinx was constructed. And there's a long, long history that's complicated there. One book you can look at if you ever want to learn more about that is Making Hispanics. I think that's the author's last name is Mora, if I'm remembering correctly. That was talking about the construction of that identity. But the colonization of the Americas as a whole was, which again started with Columbus, has been a form of imperialism that has drained resources, drained wealth, has seen cultures and languages die. And again, this is the person we celebrate, the person who established that tradition and system. Self-hatred is such a dangerous and toxic mindset that's too pervasive. Absolutely true, Jaguar. Syra says, like when people call that actress Ann Taylor-Joy as a person of color because she's from Argentina. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? And it's complicated because on the one hand, in the US, they're not treated, even with light skin, they're not treated identical to white populations. There is still an underlying racism or ethnic understanding that's different. I don't even know what the right word is for it in terms of how to identify it 100% at the moment. But there's still a cultural disgust and hatred, especially if you have a accent that tips off that your first language is Spanish in the United States. And there are degrees of this. There's the colorism, there's the citizenship aspect, there's the parts of accent and speech. There's all these different components that get drawn into the Latinx identity. And again, this is all tied to those first acts that are from what Columbus did. And so it's worth talking about that, I think, around this time of year especially, because, well, if we're going to have a day that talks about Columbus, let's talk about what he's done. And I know that there's been a huge shift towards an Indigenous Peoples Day, which I know Biden also just signed into law acknowledged alongside Columbus Day. And I just want to say that while it's performative, it's better to have it than not. At least it's going to have some people talking about it a little bit more. It's not going to fix the material conditions for Indigenous populations. It's not going to shut down Line 3. It's not going to do the different things to fix the wider issues. But at the very least, it's a performative thing that I think is a benefit over other things that, ignoring it, for example. Let me catch up with chat. Il says, I saw this Chicanx demonstration and lots of comments were against being called that. Bunch of reactionaries, yet the organizers were calling them Chicanx. Yeah. The Chicanx movement has a deep, rich history in the United States that has huge ties into leftist organizing. Thinking especially with sorry, my brain is completely blanking. The farm workers. That's one area that's constantly talked about and remembered, but it's far from the only thing they did. Wait, how am I supposed to do this? It looks like they all flip back. Oh, am I supposed to set them in position so I can actually climb it? Is that what it wants me to do? So, like, set that at its lowest, set this at its highest kind of thing? That makes sense. This can go up a little bit. Nope, that's too high. That one. Oh, I made it. That did not look like I made it. Ooh. Okay, so how do I get that chest? What if I were to flip? Hold on. I have an idea here. Flip that, flip. Okay, I messed that up. Alright, I need this kind of like there so it can start heading down. And then have that on. Get on here. Oh, the second I jump on it, it stops? How? Because I can't get up there otherwise. Just gonna catch up with chat. I mean, we do need to bring up Cuba in that regard. True. Cuba has a major issue when it comes to which populations, for example, fled to the United States when Castro took power. Because a lot of the people who did were also the people who ran plantations. And were the people who were most responsible for losing out during the revolution. Jaguar says, oh my god, accent politics get me so mad. Oh, that person has a French-British accent, so cute. Oh my god, that person has a insert brown nationality accent. Oh, freaking aliens. It's one of those markers that are very unfortunate in that regard. How do I do this? Because I cannot get up here on that platform. Agreed, Jaguar, about the accent politics. So blatant. It's absolutely terrible. And the thing is, with Spanish, that's so frustrating, is if you speak it with a Castellano accent, you're fine. But if you speak it with a Latin American accent, it's a problem. Or it's considered a problem at the very least. Not that it actually is a problem. What if I get this at the absolute bottom and that at the absolute top? Zero said, to add to that, we're taught in the US that one doesn't speak English, they're not as smart. That's something that took a lot of work for me to overcome. Yeah, and the fact is, when it comes to that same thing, there's an understanding that somehow being bilingual is going to make you, like, stupider or something, which is not the case at all. But that's, like, straight US xenophobia and bigotry kicking in with all of that. And so a lot of families, to respond to that, end up, like, denying their own kids access to the language that the parents speak. And this is all tied, again, to the legacy of both the English colonization of the Americas and to Columbus. Like, this is what we're dealing with when we talk about this stuff. I am very quickly going to look up how to get this chest, because I have no idea how to solve this. Underhero 1-5 heroes for... yeah, somebody else. I feel stupid. I feel a little stupid. I don't know why my brain didn't register that you could set these backwards. Probably because I didn't think that jump was possible. But I guess I could do something like that. There we go. That would do it. There's the last stamina upgrade. That's all of the upgrades, I think, except for the last health one. Yeah, there's one more health one. So let's reset this so we can get back up there one more time. Let me catch up with you all in chat. Cyrus, notice the right-wing governments that the US backs in Latin America happen to be more white-looking. You saw this clear with the Bolivia coup in 2019. Brazil too with Bolsonaro. They all have a hatred of the indigenous folks in the region. Yet that's because the indigenous folks are the first people to come out and wreck their pipelines. And not accept the stealing of water that they end up doing down there. They all have a hatred of the indigenous folks in the region in the case of Brazil, Mexico, Colombia, and Bolivia. Jaguar says, in terms of the legacy of colonialism, I think it's part of the legacy is continued justification for it. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? And I am also getting kind of tired. I don't know if you've heard this particular argument, but I've heard it in some spaces recently, especially with some of the discourse that's been going on, where there's been people making the argument of, oh, well, if you conquered a territory, you have a right to it. And I am getting so sick of hearing that very fascist argument. Like, what are you talking about? This is not about might makes right. It's about respecting people's autonomy and respecting the fact that people deserve to have their land not stolen and taken. Ilhed said Peru with Castile. Merchant. Oh, I read that. Cyrus says, like, Bezos' dad owned a factory in Cuba before the revolution. Oh yeah, he did. And that's where he gets his money from. Let's not forget that. Okay, how did I miss that? It's 1 coin. I'm fine. Where were we? If anything, the self-hatred runs deep. It truly does. Zero says, Mexican Spanish is probably the most common dialect because Mexico has the largest population of all Spanish-speaking countries. And the thing is, even in Mexico, there's multiple dialects. That needs to be said. There's multiple dialects. And a lot of what we would consider to be the dialects in northern Mexico, we have to remember that those dialects are the ones that are most commonly associated with Mexico. That and Mexico City. But there's at least 4 different Mexican dialects or variations on the language. And we have to remember that one of them was also in the area that we consider Colorado, New Mexico, California as well, and that one's kind of slowly dying off. Even in Mexico, if you have a northern dialect, you get made fun of. It's unsurprising, honestly. Let's do these battles. I'm just gonna pay all of them off. Honestly, it's just easier to do that. 1, than having to do the battles, and 2, it's probably better plot-wise that I'm not killing them, as it were. You found a cassette tape. But like Brazil, yeah, Mexico probably is the area of the world, or the country in the world that has the greatest number of Spanish speakers. And Brazil has the equivalent with Portuguese. In fact, Brazil is actually it's more common to find Portuguese spoken there than it is, you know, in terms of the amount of people, than Portugal itself. In fact, most times when I see Portuguese taught, at least in the Americas, it's taught as Brazilian Portuguese, not Portugal Portuguese. Whoa, secret tunnel. Oh, I didn't even realize I could go that way. That's awesome. Hopefully Lula runs and wins in the next election. One can hope. Do you see anything stopping that, Il? I mean, outside of the US and obvious things. It's gonna be a landslide, according to you, Cyrus? What makes you say that it's gonna be a landslide? May the true followers of Queen Rina follow their path. Hidden away, purple royal flags pointing down. True followers, prove your loyalty to the Queen and leap into the abyss. Is there more than one? Ah, here's one. Oh. Okay. That's weird. There was a purple flag on the background. And it did not, in fact, lead me to something good. Cyrus says... Oh no, Zero says, I think Lula will win if he runs. Bolsonaro is totally hated right now for botching COVID. Il says worried Bolsonaro might try a coup, but not sure how likely that is. I'm always worried about coups when it comes to that region, specifically because of the US's influence. He's a former military captain, held military parade to intimidate judges on the election vote. Cyrus says his COVID response has been horrible. Okay, I'm genuinely confused because there is a purple flag right there, and it doesn't lead me to anything. They just passed 600,000 deaths there. I swear to you, right-wing governments have handled COVID so atrociously. Because, you know, we all have to keep the economy open. Who cares if the workers die? It was to change election from electronic to paper. Aren't most of them right-wing? Most of them are. Most of them are. But the more left-leaning ones, whether they're perfect or not, have handled COVID far better. I'm thinking specifically about Cuba and Vietnam. There's not many left-wing countries left. There has gotta be a chest in this room. Cyrus says they've been horrible. Il says there are more protests against him right now. Cyrus says watch out for Peru though. We need to keep an eye on. If we get a coup, I have a bad feeling it's going to be Peru. I'm worried about it in a lot of places. I'm worried about Haiti right now as well. I'm worried about the US's influence there. Which, mind you, it's worth noting that all of Latin America has been turning down Haitian immigrants pretty much recently. (2019 to 2020 Peruvian constitutional crisis). No, you're right. You're right to bring that up. The problem is there's so many areas that I could see it happening. It's hard to predict at this point. Il says, I don't believe that there will be a coup in Peru there since the new prime minister has said that drafting a new constitution is not a priority when that one thing Castillo was running on. That's a good point, Il. I didn't think about that in that context. Keiko Fujimori pulling out. Oh. And then you bring that up, Cyrus, and I'm like, you know what? You go the other way. The fact of the matter is no matter what we talk about with it, there's not going to be a true stability in Latin America when it comes to all of this stuff unless the US is honestly eradicated as the entity that it is right now and stops meddling and interfering and controlling Latin American politics. But that's been part of the US's whole story, so why should we expect anything different in the near future? The US needs to mind its business. I mean, yeah, but they've always been convinced this is their backyard. The US is convinced that Latin America is the US's backyard, the US's territory. They have control, they have the say. They have the ability to come into all these territories and all these countries and do whatever they want. What room was that? I gotta check if... and double check that there were no chests in that room. Because I feel like there were, and I did not find any. Give me 1 sec. I'm just double checking. All chest guide. Here we are. World 5. There is not one in Tutu. I'm just checking to make sure we haven't missed anything else. Looks like we have everything. Alright. That makes me feel better. The next major chest that we have to be on the lookout for is 3-3. Sounds good. I just don't want to... I want to make sure we don't miss any of the key upgrades and stuff like that. Il says... No, I read that. Il says the government has shifted Castillo more center, unfortunately. Cyrus says, but the Congress is not in his favor, is my fear. It's not a majority government. Keiko folks are still there. Zero says, the Monroe Doctrine makes me so sad. The thing is, people forget this, but the US did not have the Navy or the military to uphold the Monroe Doctrine when they first declared it. They actually relied on the British. The British were one of the biggest enforcers of the Monroe Doctrine, unintentionally, mind you, because they were worried about their own empire. Monroe Doctrine must end. Absolutely true. We got US wanting to get rid of FSLN. Oh yeah, of course we do. Of course we do. US should leave the regions alone. Glitch says, also welcome Glitch. Hope you're having a lovely Sunday. The business of America is business. They will make sure cooperative governments are in place. I hope Afghanistan puts them off overseas adventures for a bit. Unfortunately, I'm concerned the fact that they're out of Afghanistan. Not that they should be in Afghanistan or anywhere else, but the fact that they're now out of Afghanistan is going to give them the leverage with this increased military budget to enter into other areas in Latin America to reclaim their control. Empires cannot escape their nature. Russia's the same with Ukraine. 100% true. Empires are gonna empire. So many inhuman sanctions cause suffering. All of the world placed unilaterally by the US. Exactly, and the US denies any responsibility in that regard. But yet... Just find the key. Alright, we gotta go find the key. Okay. Jump button, thank you. Did that chandelier just fall? Yeah, Cyrus, I'm completely with you. Cyrus says, I'm cynical that they're gonna pivot to Latin America after Afghanistan, because, hey, we got Iran, but to be honest, Iran, well, Iran was doing a favor for Israel, or because of Israel. Also, they're gonna pivot to Africa also. Yeah, I completely agree with you, Cyrus. That's my biggest concern as well. Now they have all the extra funding and resources. Now they should be able to move their endeavors into other countries. Because, you know, it's not like the military budget got slashed now that we're out of Afghanistan. Il says, I think the US is preoccupied with China and Taiwan at this moment. That is another good point to bring up. They really want Taiwan to maintain its position. But the US isn't going to unilaterally go into China and Taiwan quite the way that they will other areas. Glitch says, I think the US will move its focus to shoring up alliances in Southeast Asia. I've also been surprised at the lack of action with Haiti. Also, I agree with messing with Africa. Honestly, I'm half expecting the US to start to try to make inroads into Southeast Asia, like you said. But I'm trying to figure out which part of... Wait, what the heck? Is that a ghost? What is going on here? I have no choice but to fight this one. That's kind of creepy also that the masked kids completely fight the way you do. Yeah, it won't let me, It will not let me bribe them. And they're hard to see. Like, I don't know if you can avoid these fights. Okay, I was able to jump over that one. What are they supposed to be? Only 10 XP. Okay. Seriously, it was not just a straight hallway, but nothing in it. I appreciate the time to rest at least. What's with you, kid? Guys, Bruno, what are you doing here? The Baron sent us to help you guys. Whoa, thanks. We got you covered, sister. Oh. Good to see some reinforcements from the Baron to help us on our struggles. As soon as I get to the top of this staircase, I will continue reading chat. Zero says I'm gonna head out, take care everyone, and enjoy the rest of the stream. Zero, I hope you have a lovely night, and I hope you're able to enjoy the rest of your evening. China also wants to pivot to Latin America. That is very true, so that's going to make the US protective. Honestly, what I'm concerned about is this turning into another, I don't know, functional Cold War over territories. Bill says Japan has a new prime minister. We'll see which side they choose, if any. I'm always suspicious that Japan is going to take the side of the US. Too much of their financial models are based around US and US culture at this point. China and Africa is just as bad, in my opinion, both the US and China for that matter. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Imperialism is going to imperial. And it just feels like no matter which country it is, or no matter which country it is, there's always going to be a loser in the end when it comes to all of this. Okay, so how do I get that chest up there? Japan must expel US troops from their country. There are so many countries that need to expel US troops, and the US's military presence globally is something that is way too underreported. Cyrus says, Tony Blinken, I hated when Biden picked him. Why Blinken as opposed to anybody else for that position? Just out of curiosity. Glitch says, I think Malaysia and Bangladesh and Myanmar will move into being more of a focus over the next 10 years. Malaysia is anti-Chinese because of demographics. The fight between India and China is going to heat up. I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if we start to see a lot of Cold War tactics start to re-emerge between the US and China. Cyrus says, Trump was a moron, but that was one of the good things he did was try and end the state of war with North and South Korea. Did he really do that? I guess I must have missed that one. Why is that not being lit up by the flame? You can't hide in those when those lights are on. That'll blow your cover. It seems impossible to go forward without confrontation. What if we blow off the fire instead? Do we know anyone with those abilities? Wait. What does it mean? How would I blow out? I'll just pay them off. There we go. Easy enough. Oh, more of this type of puzzle. This last area is kind of intense. Oh, you know what? What am I doing? I probably need to put the platforms the other way. Or maybe this works. Yeah, that worked. Okay. I'm just hitting all the buttons. That is the wrong password. How am I supposed to know what the password is? While the US giving Australia nuclear-powered subs in the name of avoiding a new Cold War and denuclearizing the Korean Peninsula. Yeah, that's something, isn't it? I'm still unsure if you're a traitor, but who cares anymore? Hey, thanks. How much money do you have? Am I supposed to know what the password is for this thing? Oh, come on. I can make this jump. Okay. Am I supposed to know what the password is for this? Because I don't. Look at the area right below the puzzle. You should be able to find some not-so-hidden objects on the wall that correspond to the switches on the floor above them. Okay. Oh, I see. 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. From left to right. There we go. Okay, I want to move that one just slightly, so that jump is easier. There we go. I'm gonna probably have to reset this, because I think I hit too many of them already. Yeah. 1, 2, 4, 6, 7. There we go. Up the stairs. We're up to 3-1. Oh, of course we need a lava area. Wouldn't be a final dungeon without a lava area. Let me catch up with chat super quick. Tony Blinken supports the state of war with South Korea and North Korea. Oh, I missed that one. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying that about Blinken, Cyrus. It's more self-indulgent on his part. Glitch says Trump was buddy-buddy with Kim, but it gave Kim room to normalize relationship with the South, kinda. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that was kind of exaggerated. I didn't think it would actually had a lot of sway. Cyrus says, to be honest, I said it wrong. Trump didn't want to do that. It was South Korea that wanted to normalize relations. And for once, the US wasn't standing completely in their way. I think that's a better way of looking at it. Cyrus said US media, of course, made it look like Trump, especially if you watch CNN, MSNBC. The New York Times even claimed that the Prime Minister of South Korea was a leftist radical that was elected. True. I remember that. That feels like forever ago, though. Il says South Korea must also expel US troops from their country. I don't know if South Korea will ever do that unless unification actually happens, and I don't see that happening for quite some time. Cyrus says he's a centrist liberal, all because he agreed to the normalizing relations with North Korea. Yeah. Jaguar says something else I was thinking about with the topic of today is how upset groups of people get when there's BIPOC representation in communities. If there's a mural or statue of BIPOC person, if it's not met with congratulatory type of energy. I'm sorry, I might have misread that. It is not met with congratulatory type of energy. That's really true. And it's that type of racism that, you know, kind of comes out of all of that. Cyrus says, like they did with the George Floyd statue. Oh my goodness. It was up for 2 days before it got defaced. You know, we've had statues of Confederate leaders up for over a century. You know, people damaged them, and it's like, oh my goodness, how can you attack the legacy of these great Confederate generals, and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, 2 days the George Floyd statue's up, and it's just completely desecrated. And you don't hear people talking about that. Like, that was covered maybe for a day. Meanwhile, Chauvin was, it might be, going for an appeal. And nobody talked about that either. It's absurd. Oh, wow, this area is complicated. Okay. So we went up and then across. What's that door out? Let me go back a minute. Jaguar says, right, and that's okay, but if anyone even talks about the Confederate leaders' statues, people come in swarms. Yeah, because they're more interested in protecting whiteness than anything else, and it's absurd. You know, if you've got a Confederate leader who, you know, protected and defended slavery as an institution, you know, their statues need to be upheld and protected with the utmost care. But, you know, statue of any people of color, oof, you know. If that gets destroyed, so what? Cyrus says, speaking of the Confederacy, Ulysses S. Grant told Lincoln the South should be burned to the ground and all of them should be hung. Sherman kind of supported that. I mean, the thing is they used a lot of the fear. It's kind of sucks because at the end of the day, the wealthiest Southerners, the ones who had and were slaveholders, managed to make it so that the poorest people in their territories prioritize their whiteness over unification with the slave populations. And we kind of don't talk about that enough. In my opinion, at least. How am I supposed to get that chest? There must be a switch I can flip and then come back. Also, I should probably just take a potion just to be on the safe side. I don't know how my health got that low. I'm just gonna bribe you. I have more than enough money at this point. Now I don't have to deal with those fights. Sherman called for Jefferson Davis to be hung too. Davis was in prison for a long time. And I mean a long time. When the North was trying to figure out what to do with him. And he ended up getting off, and as with most of them, they ended up becoming successful business people right after. Because, you know, all that happened was they were barred from politics. It's not like any substantial changes were actually done. I still have to get that chest back the other way. And there was essentially a coup done in the US around that time that we don't really talk about, where in order to maintain control of the government. There was a deal struck that basically granted a peace and a pardon for the South. Like, there was an election that was completely flipped in that regard. And that's not really talked about either. I think it was the Rutherford B. Hayes election or something like that, if I'm remembering correctly. Grant and Lincoln never saw eye to eye after that happened, especially. Yeah, and the thing is I honestly wonder what would have happened in a world where Lincoln wasn't assassinated. Because Johnson went super easy on them. I need to get that chest in the top right area. I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and play, you know, what if historian, as it were, but I do wonder from time to time. The South would still be occupied. Who knows what that would even look like? The US would be a mini South Africa situation. Oof, I can't even imagine what that would look like. Let's see what's down this way. Oh, here's a chest. That's the last cassette that I need. So I'm assuming the other chest is the health upgrade that I need. Or one of the keys that I need. I need to get back over there, so where is there another switch that I can flip on this level? It's over here. Is there one in these doors? Alternate history where, I think so, the KKK would be even worse in that regard in terms of terrorism. You're right. Jaguar had said, I would keep thinking about that in terms of legacy. Sorry, I keep going back to that. I'm reflecting and doing things. Could the dislike for history be connected to that? I tend to hear from people that history is the past, so leave it there. Which legacy are you talking about exactly? The legacy of the South or the legacy of Columbus? I've heard some white people say get over it when it comes to colonization. I think in a lot of ways, it's because a lot of people don't want Jaguar to recognize their own benefits that they've gotten from colonization. In a lot of ways, colonization has left it so that certain populations have benefited. Spain benefited. England benefited, France benefited, the United States ended up benefiting off the backs of people. But even within the territories themselves that we're talking about, there are populations, usually those with lighter skins, who benefited, and that translated into the modern world. It's the same thing like in the US where we talk about, like, for example, the GI Bill, right? You get these situations where you had certain populations who greatly benefited from the state apparatus providing for people, and other populations didn't. And that stuff translates throughout all of the Americas in certain ways. I've also heard some POC who say the things that, what am I going to learn that we were enslaved? How is that going to improve my life now? Unfortunately, I think in that regard, there's kind of a... what's the word for it? I think like what am I supposed to get from it? What am I supposed to do from it, like you're saying? But there are solutions. There are things that we could advocate for and changes we could make. Things like seeking reparations, for example. Creating some sort of like more just or equal opportunity project that would allow and enable people to get a chance to even up a little bit. Even if we can't completely fix everything. Ill says, but when BIPOC people benefit from their revolutions against colonization, they're punished. Look at Haiti, Cuba, and Vietnam. When it comes to Haiti especially, they had to pay for their own revolution. Like, what? That's one of those things that I still can't wrap my brain around. How anybody justifies that, where France basically asked for reparations from Haiti for liberating themselves. Yeah, and how they're still treated now. You're absolutely right to point that out, Jaguar. Bear with me for one moment, because I think I have to look this up, because I don't know how to open this in such a way that I can actually get access to... Wait, I have an idea. Let me try something before. I'm wondering, can I flip this switch and move? No, it won't let me. Because I'm trying to figure out how to get that chest up there. And get to that door over there. And I was wondering if there was a chest that would allow me to, like, grab that and come back, but the second I go down this way, I can't do that. So I'm just gonna look that up super quick, because I don't feel like constantly, like, opening and closing that while we're going through that. Unless I have to raise the lava level up, would that help me? Stuck on Heroes Road. There's the top left corner of the first room. I got that one. Okay, there's a second one under the lava in the first room, and the third one is after the lava's lower. There's a new accessible area in the second room. It's after you cross the green vines. You'll find a way that leads down to another... I don't know where that is. I'm gonna have to just look. Il says, I hope Haiti can move closer to Latin America and the Caribbean and away from the US and the West. One can hope, Il. One can hope. Oh, I see how to do it. I get what they're saying now. Also, okay, this makes a lot more sense. Now that the lava's lowered. I had to take a look at the map again. Alright, so there should be a key in the lower part of the first room. Yeah, I can go down here now. Which will allow me to flip that open. Which puts me in this room, which should have a key. What is all the way up here? Something I can't get unless I flip a switch. So let me go flip a switch. Yeah, I'm with you both. I hope that... Oh, there's the key, and it just fell in the lava. Oh, I see what's going on here. I have to get the key to fall on this. Bad timing. Oh, I didn't mean to hit it a second time. How long does it take? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I drop it like here, is that too soon? Yes. Let's try now. Ah, just too soon. That's frustrating. There we go. Got it. Alright, so the key is liberated. Let's go this other way and see what we can do here. Are you kidding me? Because if that key falls in the lava, I have to go back up and do it all over again. Yep. This is not very fun to me, because getting the timing on that key, it looks like it should drop faster than it does. And then I'm just waiting for this platform to go back and forth, as it were. Alright. At least I know the timing on that now. So, with as long as it takes, I think I have an idea of when I'm supposed to hit the button. Hopefully I don't mess it up again. Got it, okay. Then that's gonna drop down there. Now, do we have to do this again over here? It certainly looks like it. Are you kidding me? I have no idea where I should even remotely time this. It wouldn't be so bad if it checkpointed, but... Oh, thank goodness. Oh, I got the key. We're good. We are good. That's the second out of 3 keys. And I know where the third one is. I think we're approaching endgame pretty soon. And with this lowered now, I should be able to head over to this side, past these, and drop down here. And come down this way. So instead of going that way where the switches are, I can come this way where the lava was. And this should lead to a door that will take me up top. Yep, there we go. Have I decided what the next game will be? So, no, I have not. We did put through a vote on Discord, but I had a few ideas that were tied to the season, with it being, you know, Halloween coming up as well as Day of the Dead. And I was trying to think of some games that caught one of those two. And there is a list on the Discord. If anybody else has not seen it, please do consider voting. I'm gonna get burned, I'm gonna get burned. Nope, I made it. I'm hoping that we'll be able to start the game probably either next week or the week... Probably next week based on where we are in this game, to be honest. Jaguar says my favorite holidays. Why am I not surprised, Jaguar, that they're your favorite holidays? Honestly, they're 2 of my favorite holidays as well. I was potentially looking at, like, Night in the Woods as one option. I was looking at Costume Quest. I was looking at Guacamelee. I was even looking at Grim Fandango, even though I know it's originally a LucasArts game, and I kind of want to, not go for larger developers. But Double Fine did the remaster, and even though they're a larger, small company, they're still one that has indie roots, so I don't know. I was considering a lot of different potential options there. I think I missed one. What else was on that list? I think there was Roki that was on that list as well. Did I miss any? Anybody who's on the Discord? I know the 2 Day of the Dead ones were Guacamelee and Grim Fandango. Jaguar, you did indeed vote. You tried to vote twice. I know you're excited. Did I miss any of the games there that I have on there so far? Okay, this should bring me to the third key. Vote early, vote often. Well, we're actually a functional democracy, so... Sam, welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? I hope your Sunday is going well as well. Cyrus says, I'm going to issue a decree in the name of myself. We're not voting for people, Cyrus. We are voting for games. Where was the room with all the keys? I actually don't remember where that was. I'm gonna have to check the maps. Sam says, I'm exercising a lot of personal demons in the new essay script about autism and meritocracy. Well, I'm glad that you're able to exercise those demons. I hope the exorcism goes well. Where's the map in this room? Was there another game that I missed? Let me check that super quick. Oh, Oxenfree was also on the list, as well as Little Nightmares. Those are the two I missed. But I'm not sure if Little Nightmares is going to be too scary for some people. I want to keep it chill without the jump scares, and I haven't played Little Nightmares to determine whether or not that was one that was, like, too spooky for some people. Also, where is the door to get out of here? Is it in here? Yes, it should be to my left. Good, 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 good. Key. Heroes Road 4-1. Methinks we're near the end. Sam says, Halloween, yeah, I don't know. There's stuff in here about mental health themed child abuse. So I guess there's the old sanatorium connection that you see in horror movies. Are you talking about with your video? This definitely feels like a last area. We're finally here. Looks like this is it, kid. Our final battle. Time to save the... Sorry, old habits. Is this the area where we drop the chandelier? Yeah, this is exactly the area at the beginning of the game where we drop the chandelier on the hero's head. Kinda nice to come full circle. The child abuse stuff is one of the content warnings for the video. Glad to know that that is there, and I'm glad that you do content warnings, honestly. I really appreciate that. Yep, here's the chandelier we dropped on the hero's head. It's nothing. Do you know what time it is? Oh, great. It's Puzzleman. Oh yes, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Puzzleman show. One last one, I hope. The lady is right. Season finale, folks. Strap on because it's gonna get wild. Oh boy. Here we are, the last Puzzleman show. Because we knew this guy was gonna show up at some... I still don't trust him. At all. The time has come for the final quiz for our contestants. We have seen them grow. We have seen them fail. But tonight, we will see them win. But before you do, let's get this show on the road, kiddo. The beginning of the end. Question 1. Who was the evil king before Mr. Stitches? That's a trick question. It was a queen, and it was Queen Raina. Correct! That was a trick question, kiddo. She was actually a queen. When Mr. Stitches was but a young lad, he served under Raina, the evil queen of darkness. Little is known about her, but these villains are all the same anyway. Just a challenge to overcome for the chosen heroes. Mysteries revealed. Question number 2. What happened to Queen Raina? I'm assuming she was killed by Stitches? Yeah. Right? Correct! Tired of being controlled by an evil queen, Mr. Stitches decided to take matters into his own hands. Rumor has it that he did it while she slept. Other rumors say he poisoned her coffee, but who knows? The point is he got rid of her and took her place as the new evil king. Ratings are skyrocketing. Question number 3. Why did Stitches become king? Because it's fun for the money to save his friends. I guess because he's truly evil. Okay. Correct, Amundo. He got tired of being ordered around. Stitches decided he was the most evil creature on this planet, so he took Raina's place to destroy the heroes himself. He wants to conquer the Chestnut Kingdom, and after that, the whole world. And now for the grand finale. Question number 4. After Stitches is truly defeated, what will happen? The world is saved? Oh. We were told the world was gonna end. But the world is saved, new evil will arise, and a new hero will appear. After Mr. Stitches is truly defeated, peace will finally come back to our world. Eventually, a new evil will show up, but not to worry, heroes always come to the rescue when the time is right. I wish you good luck, the both of you. I'm sure you'll emerge victorious from your battle and will slay the beast once and for all. Why do you have so much information, Puzzleman? I don't trust you. What I'm thinking is he's trying to imply that there will be another cycle after Mr. Stitches, because I don't trust him. Someone will take Mr. Stitches' place as long as the current system remains in power. Mr. Stitches is just another pawn in the system. Even though he's the leader, and he's the one enforcing the system at the moment. Twists and turns, fights and adventures, but I'm afraid all good things must come to an end, so the humble show host would like to wish you a good night. And may we see each other next time in The Puzzleman Show. Il says, good. Oh, you guys are all talking with one another. Good to see. Always good to see. Glitch says, unjust hierarchy is always evil. True. Oh. Hey, it's you guys. What the heck are you doing here? Do you have some kind of morbid sense of humor? I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm happy to sell you some stuff. Sell stuff? Yeah, I'm traveling merchant now. Actually, I'm just an intern. I'll start here and climb the corporate ladder until I get my own store. It's kind of like my dream. It's also my way of helping you defeat evil. Well, if this makes you happy, I'm happy. Yeah, so want to buy anything? I guess I'll refill my potions and my shields. Selling feels good. Good luck, guys. I believe in you. So, this is the door. Before we go in, I will be right back super quick. Okay. Jaguar said, what do you all recommend, or what have you all said when BIPOC mentions, what will I learn from history? It's not relevant. That's a really good question. I would very much like to hear what other people say. We can also discuss some other time. Sorry, I keep going back and forth. No, Jaguar, I'm happy to extend the conversation. At Jaguar, to be honest, for them to look at it in a way that's still relevant to them, Trayvon, Michael Brown, still are happening. I like learning from history, especially from successful revolutions like Cuba and Vietnam. I recently learned about Fred Hampton, a true revolutionary. True. There's that aspect of it where you get to learn a little bit more about the different struggles that have existed. I think it enforces and creates a narrative that is separate from the idea that capitalism is as it always has been and that we will always be under capitalism. And I think that's one of the key components of it for me, where it's like our current system, our current ways are not how things have always been. And so being able to see something different can enable us to see something different for the future. And I think that's one of the key components of all of this, where not wanting to learn history tells me that that person is stuck in the mindset of today and saying, well, how can things change? How can conditions ever change? That's kind of like the same question in a lot of ways to me. Like, how can we imagine a world different than the one now? Looking at the past doesn't benefit me. But in reality, it offers a different reminder. Sam says the idea that a person of color not wanting to know history reminds me of people like Candace Owens and Officer Tatum. Yeah, that's another good example. When we ignore those lessons, it just ends up putting us in a place where today's struggles end up being the be all and end all. And it specifically says, in a lot of ways, that the white, patriarchal, racist institutions that exist right now in US society are the norm and will be the norm from now on. It's a very American question, too. That's also true, because that's another thing. When you're in the US, you have certain privileges to say, well, some people can succeed, so what's the big deal? But the thing is when it comes to people outside of the US, there's still a constant struggle because they're the ones primarily still getting bombed and having their cultures eradicated and destroyed, having their countries lifted into this place or lowered into this place where there's just absolute turmoil. Is it gonna let me save here? Jaguar says, I've heard it from folks outside the US. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I think for a lot of people, it's the strength of the US hegemony. I don't know how to address that. What about addressing this question when it comes from youth? I think when it comes from youth especially, I think that you have to speak to their ability to make change and to speak to power. That there has been a voice in history that has allowed us to speak to power before. That it doesn't have to be this individualistic cycle. I did save right now, right? I was so focused on the conversation. I know I sipped the coffee to heal, but I don't know if I actually hit the save button. I'm gonna just double check it. I feel like I'm one of those people from like back in the day that was like, I have to save to like the memory card or whatever. I need to save twice to remember if I saved. There we go. Definitely saved that time. I don't know if anybody else has anything to add to that, but that's where I sit on it. History is not something that we need to take as absolute. Like, I don't think it helps us to argue over history, for example. Like, oh, did this person really, do things right or whatever? But I think having the conversations about power and dynamics and unifying and communal ways of life and different ways of looking at the world, to me, speak to power in a way that creates a situation where right now is not the be-all and end-all. Yes, I know what I have to do. The cycle will continue. It has to. No, not one soul knows. Hello, Mass Child. Thank you for doing what I requested. All the stones have been returned to their owners, and your mission is finally over. You even let my guards live. How merciful of you. I was hoping they could knock some sense into you. I thought I could save you from this never-ending fate, but alas. Stop playing dumb. You knew we were coming. You let us free since the beginning. For what purpose? Elizabeth, I knew everything from the start. I was so surprised when I heard the hero was dead. It had never happened before, you see. Well, at least not like this. What do you mean? When I was young, I worked under a powerful queen. She was ruthless, worked us until exhaustion. She saw us, her underlings, as lesser beings. In her eyes, we were just obstacles to be laid before the heroes. I lost many friends, so one day I decided I had enough, and I killed her. What I did not understand at the time was that she had a reason for her ruthlessness. She needed to be strong, for she held a terrible weight upon her shoulders. If she stopped fighting the heroes, the world would end. The hero cycle. Voices in my head, they spoke of my dreadful fate. I had to become the new villain of the story, but that did not mean I had to be like my queen. I wanted to keep the friends I had left out of harm's way, but I also needed their strength. Just because they're clones doesn't mean you could treat them like trash. And you treated them any better? You always saw them as obstacles too. This kind of reminds me here of the transition from monarchy into bourgeois control, where it's like, yeah, there's more people who get the power, but it's still essentially the same system. And you treated them any better? You always saw them as obstacles too. Sweet experience points, right? And you just blindly followed Elizabeth's every command. You killed your way to me, without ever asking yourself why. She did not even have to ask you nicely. I didn't leave the kid much choice. What I did wasn't right. I know that now. But even if we can never atone for what we did, we still have to stop you. I just wanted to warn you. If you defeat me, you'll have to take my place. Someone has to. Nope, there's an anarchist solution to this. Down with the hierarchy. So what? Just because a voice in your head told you the world was gonna end, you just followed blindly? Don't you think you sound a little bit insane? You hypocrite. We're going to beat you, Stitches, and we're going to prove that these cycles are just in your head. I cannot take that risk. Then stop monologuing and let's fight. I will not let you destroy the world, you fools. Oh boy, here we go. Cyrus says, but I also think going back to why this is an American thing is because the US, we are conditioned to think that we've gotten better and moved forward. That's also true. And we haven't. Just trying to get up to Stitches now. Alright, battle time. Ooh, I did not expect him to hit low like that. I am not doing a lot of damage here. I knocked him down. Ah, that's how you do it. Trip him up, and then get some damage in. Okay. Ow. I have to make sure to dodge that one next time. He had to have some weakness. Left foot goes up. That's how I know when to strike him. And now he's gonna do... I don't think I can dodge that. At least I don't know how. And there we go, he's stuck again. Oh, maybe I can slingshot him when he's back that way. I did not have a chance to stop him there at all. I'm running out of healing potions, and that's got me nervous. Did I win? Was that it? Guys, you did it. Princess. No, please. No more. I give up. Mercy. Get up, you clown. You're so lying. Ha 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 ha. Whoa. That's some Oogie Boogie Nightmare shit right there. Now you hide, and I seek. What is going on? Guys, there's no blue fire here. I'm afraid we can't help you. Be careful. Princess, where are you? Kid, we need to find her. I don't think Stitches can see us in this darkness, but he can definitely hear us. Kid, don't you dare jump now. You'll make less noise that way. Don't let him see you. Find Cereza. Not pressing the jump button. Princess! Shh! I have a backup plan. Well, what do we do? I've got these explosives I stole from the clone factory. That sounds dangerous. I like it. I'm gonna set them up in every column of this room. While I do that, I need you to activate every single bomb. Just do it. After every bomb is active, we'll get out of here. And be quiet. I can't even see. That is kind of terrifying. Okay, there's a bomb. Activated. Bomb. Activated. Oh! Okay. Bomb activated? I guess we get jump scared slightly? Yeah. Okay. Sorry you all for that. I'm just running back and forth trying to... Yeah, okay. Trying to find out where the bombs are. Oh, this one needs to be activated. Okay, that one was hilarious. That one needs to be activated. Oh, I love how the princess doesn't get jump scared. Also, Princess, can you not, like, put them in an order? How many are left? Is that all of them? That's it. What now? Now we escape. Greg, that's the signal. Ooh, the ghosts are gonna drag us out? We'll get you guys to safety. The Baron sent us. The Great Baron. How about we hug each other later? Moms, remember? Hang on. Goodbye. The King of Darkness is defeated. Now what? Thanks for the lift, guys. I can't believe we made it. All that's left is that weird sack thingy. I'm gonna take that back to the castle and hang it in my trophy room. Ew. Wait, where did it go? Some privacy, please. I guess Stitches is not defeated. Look at the mess you made. It seems like we're done playing. Very well then. Time to end this. Uh-oh. I'm gonna call for help. Hang on. Alright. Ooh, it ends now, Masked Child. That's right, go Queen Moth. That was for my husband. Time to end this. We'll help you out, Green Boots. Isn't that right, big guy? I see. The princess offered me a new job. I'm so happy. If it weren't for you, I would have never had the guts to escape my salsa prison. Thank you, little ones. But now we need to stop that asqueroso. He will pay for what he did to us, even though he's still kinda hot. Splendid job, dear. Oh, that's gotta hurt. Grr. He's waking up. Time to go, darling. Yes, ma'am. We are here too. I revealed the truth to the minions and they want to help. Woo! Kick his butt, kid. Hey, we got a revolution going on. Don't let that monster get away. He must pay. And the scientists too. Their collective hatred for Mr. Stitches and myself brought them here. I conveniently left out the part where you murdered some of your coworkers so they would root for you. And please remember not to kill Stitches. You double-crossing little rats. It's time, everyone. To your posts. We need you to distract him, child. We will attack when his guard is down. Stay strong, Mascarita. We can do it all together. Let's go. You heard them, kid. Let's finish this. Let's go. I was not expecting him to attack twice, though. Oh, there we go. The moth is cute. I've been waiting a long time to do that. You'll have to think twice before messing with a princess again. Ha! Also, thankfully somebody dropped me a potion. If I get hit by those black ones, that's when the jump scares happen. Yo, we started a regular revolution here. There we go. The original hero coming at him. I hope the last one's the minions. I finally remember what it feels like to fight for true justice. Our ancient battle ends today, Stitches. Yo, this is so intense and, like, awesome. I hope the mob gets him next. Ah, forgot about you. You need your shot. Sorry, Stitchy. You kinda deserve that, you terrible hunk. Ooh, I was not expecting an uppercut there. We're almost there. Got him. It's over, Stitches. Stand down. No, not yet. Another phase? What is that? How can you still stand? You are all going to die. Don't you get it? Sir, you have to stop this madness. No, move over, you idiot. I'm ashamed of what we've done, Stitches. This needs to stop now, or you'll have to go through me. Ooh, all the mask kids. These mask kids came to help you, 745. They said they wanted to thank you for not harming them. Stitches, please listen to them. Sir, please, you need to stop. No, move over, you little fools. No can do, boss. You'll have to go through us first. I can't keep this up. Who am I kidding? End it, child. The responsibility's now yours. At least I can finally rest. No. It's alright, kid. It's over. I'm sorry I made you go through this. What? No. No. You have to. You'll doom us all. Come on, dude, give it a rest. Don't you think the world would have ended by now? You do not understand. You useless fools. Who the? Knew it! Called it! Do you have any idea what you have caused? The unbalance you've brought to this world. You? You're behind all this? Of course I was. I've been trying to guide you all this time, and you do exactly the opposite. You are worthless. You must be the one that has been poisoning Stitch's mind for all these years. I knew he wasn't mad. So the hero cycles are your doing? The destruction of the world? That was just a lie, wasn't it? A lie? You ruined everything. Hundreds of years of perfect harmony gone. Just so you could feel like a little hero? This is all your fault, kiddo. My one and only purpose is over because of you. Whoa. What? What? What is happening? The end of the status quo, exactly. I can't move. Oh! This is kind of giving me chills. This is awesome. This is good narrative storytelling with making use of the medium of video games. We're going past the fourth wall. I thought we were glitching. OMG, that was so cool. Yeah, right, Jaguar? You made me do what I wasn't allowed to do. You have broken me. Ah! What in the world just happened? Elizabeth? Green Boots? Where are you? I can hear them. Hey, we're fine, I think. You disappeared with the puzzle guy. Are you invisible now? Are you ghosts? It's very hard to describe, to be honest. We're in the third dimension. They're in his dimension now. I don't fully comprehend the nature of that creature's power either, but if my theories are correct, he can't physically interact with our world. That's why he uses words and deception to manipulate us from his realm. So if he can't hurt them here, yeah, he's probably can do anything in his dimension. He's been pulling our strings for far too long. We're gonna stop him. Don't wait for us. Be careful. Ooh, I'm being prevented from accessing the two-dimensional plane. The status is not quo. The world is a mess. And I just need to rule it. Okay, we are it's normally the time we wrap up, but I need to complete this. This is not ending right now. There he goes, after him. We're not going back that way. LB and RB to change. Oh. What the heck? What did you just do, kid? Whatever happened? When that creep attacked us, you must have given... that creep must have given you some sort of new power. I'm getting so dizzy right now, but don't mind me, just keep after him. We're in 3 dimensions, people. Oh, wow, that's the code for the game. Make spritter color alpha M float to make alpha. If spritter's dot length is greater than zero, color equals white. This is coding for the game. We've broken the coding. And it's all written on the walls. This is so cool. I'm just gonna grab as many potions as possible to fully heal. Jaguar says that's strategically well done. Yeah, for real. And this kind of plays also off that Paper Mario thing that we were talking about earlier, because you had that one game where you did switch between third and second dimension, didn't you? I think it was like the fourth game in the series. This is the kind of stuff you don't see in AAA games. This is the kind of thing they don't take risks on. This is what I love about indie titles and small developers. How do I know I'm going the right way? Mostly because I'm making a mental map. And I'm following where the potions are. Also, there's this black ooze that's in the background that I'm following. That I don't know if you were able to see on the screen very well. And there are grayed out walls that are actually looking like they're less noticeable on the stream than in my gameplay. Because we've had to turn up the brightness a little bit with this game, so it might actually be making this part a little bit harder to see for you all. And if that's the case, I apologize. Alright, let's jump in the hole here. What's going on here? Oh! Oh? Oh my goodness. You look kinda different. I have no script, no objectives, no goals. You have disrupted my meaning, my end. Oh, don't worry. We'll give you an end all right. In this world, I can touch you. Well, we can hurt you too, pal. There's no point anymore. I will erase your world. I will erase you. Am I still allowed to, yeah, I'm still allowed to switch dimensions. Okay. This is well done. Reminds you of the Smash Bros. Ending? Yeah, I could see that with the... especially with Master and Crazy Hand and stuff. Can I do something with the dice once they turn blue? I can platform on them. I don't know what I'm doing at this point, though. Like, how do I even attack this guy? Ooh, there's health. Am I just supposed to be dodging at this point? How do we defeat this thing? He's literally out of our reach. I don't know how long we can last like this. I'm afraid to say this, but this might be the end, kid. This is the end. No, I refuse. I refuse. I believe in them. We believe in them too. I do too. Do it, you guys. Defeat that six-faced fiend, lads. You're too rude and stubborn to lose. You have fought honorably. You deserve to be victorious. Defeat that awful monster, Mascarita. You can do it. You are true heroes. Yes, do it. Save us, you fools. We believe. Kick his butt. Kid, look. What is that thing? Looks like you can step on it. I'm literally jumping on the text boxes. You're gonna win with the power of friendship, so anime. True. Look, more of these things are showing up. It seems you can grab them and place them in front of you with the X button. If you use 3 of them to climb up, you'll be able to reach that monster. I was so close to giving up, but we can't let the wishes of our friends go to waste. Let's stop this monster once and for all. Ensman, the Overseer. Ooh, interesting choice of name. No, 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 no. So do I have to dodge until he goes into that glitched out phase? Or can I, like, interrupt? You know, I'm also getting the vibe that this is kind of supposed to be based on some Undertale stuff. Given the name of the game is Underhero as well. There we go. do as much damage as possible. Cyrus, yeah, this is really good design. I'm 100% with you there. I'm probably going to need one more phase to get him. Yep. I love that you're literally picking up the, like, actual blessings and good wishes and hopeful messages from the friends you've made along the way. Like, I feel like it takes the anime trope to a different level. Well, I've got it all set up as soon as he stops attacking. Yeah, I haven't felt this way in an ending in a while either. Ooh, he blocked me. There we go. Got him. Whew. No. This is so good. This is the kind of ending that gives me chills, that, like, just, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. It's that feeling of, like, taking something to the next level that I just didn't think was possible, subverting all expectations. Cereza. Guys? We did it! Woo! I was so scared. I knew you could do it. You guys are the best. Take that, you treacherous cube. We wouldn't have done it without your help. But I don't think we can go back now. Oh? It's okay. There's a portal thing here, but it doesn't seem to lead back to our world. We're gonna find our way home, we promise. Don't worry about us. We'll be back before you know it. Goodbye. Our masked kid finally spoke. Wait, what? Hey, where did you go? Answer me. Elizabeth? Green Boots? Say something. Hey, hey. Princess? Do you think that their next game is going to take place and follow the same protagonist into the next reality? I have to look up this company and talk about it, because I think their next game literally either just got kickstarted or just started, like, some sort of process of development. And I want to promote that, because this is fantastic. I think there's... Gone. Wow. That ending. Hello, is it Elizabeth Green Boots? I just wanted to tell you that we're doing well. After Stitches was defeated, I took control of his castle. I decided to give his minions a good reason to live, and I know how much they love fighting. So now they're part-time heroes. Aw. I find them honest jobs so they can fight for justice. It's their decision, of course. Some of them decide to live more relaxed lives. Hey, we've got some potential anarchy going on here. We were able to free those trapped inside the clone factory too. They'll need to readjust, of course, but they'll be fine. King Timothy went back home to his queen Alexa, never leaves his side now. He has recovered most of his memories too, but his mind still splits in two occasionally. I don't know how they'll make it work, but I think they'll manage. Baron von Gregory has mellowed out a lot since you left. After merging back with Handy, he seems happier. Bella even convinced him to leave the manor and go travel so his mind could heal. Her hidden agenda to go see the world worked out pretty well. Oh, I never told you how I got El Sasarismo to help us that day. Long story short, I found him stranded on a deserted island. I offered him all the food he wanted, and he sprung back to life. He now works at the castle as a chef. Who would have thought he had such hidden talents? I guess making salsa wasn't his only passion. You know, a lot of people would probably find their true passions if they didn't have to deal with all this stuff. Mr. Stitches disappeared with Tiber. The last thing they said was they were going to find a way to bring you back. I owe them, Stitches said. No one has seen them since. I know this letter won't reach you, but writing it, I hope you're doing well, and I can't wait to see you again. I believe you'll find your way back home, someday. See you soon, Princess Teresa. P.S. You still owe me a rematch, rival. Thank you so much for playing. So we're heading through the portal. Oh my goodness, this also fits with our theme with Staxel as well. Going back through the portal to Staxel, as it were. That is so cool. What an ending. Oh? Okay. Do we get to go through the portal? Are we in control still? Our next adventure is about to begin. I don't know what we'll find beyond this void, but as long as we stick together, we'll be okay. Let's go, kid. I mean, terrible. Let's go, terrible. If I'm no longer the villain, I'm no longer terrible, I'm just Terra. It seems like this is it, the end of the cycle. We can't go back to our world, back to our friends. But I think that's okay. Ellie and I did terrible things after all. If we ever come back, I want to feel like we earned it. Like we did the right thing. For the first time in this adventure, I really want to be a hero. I don't know what lies ahead, but I hope we see each other soon. Take care, everyone. Man, I just got hit right in the feels with all of this. I wonder if we'll join Masked Kid again at some day. Or maybe Masked Kid is meant to just go on to the next game that we play. I'm open to both interpretations. Wow. Simply put, just wow. That game exceeded every one of my expectations. That was fantastic. Again, that one area is that one blemish, I think, on the game, and I'm just going to get that out of the way. That one area in the third world where we talked about it. But everything else in this game just subverted expectations, from getting everybody on board that we're your villains, overthrowing the monarch, as it were, the commentary on capitalism with the pay that Mr. Stitches wasn't providing, the fact that it was all about reforming and recreating the society, and the fact that you didn't want to step up and repeat the cycle that started with the evil queen. It really did feel like, in a lot of ways, this was a leftist allegory, moving from the monarchy into capitalism, into something new, something different. And honestly, I can't help but see it through a leftist lens in that regard. And I'm not gonna say that like it was 100% perfect because of that one section, but dang, that was good. That was better than I expected in so many ways, and it really did touch my heart in certain ways. And I feel very hopeful after playing that. I don't know about you all. Yeah, that was really, really cool. Like you said, Glitch. And I don't know, that ending, breaking through the third dimension like that. Finding that the real villain was the system and the structure that put everything together in the first place. That it wasn't even the capitalist boss. That it went a step above into the entire structure and system that kept it all maintained. And that true liberty was breaking through all those walls and barriers and destroying the system itself. That to me rings so true about how I see anarchism. That is so true about how I see being a leftist. Yeah, it really is inspiring. I don't even know where to go from this, but this has to be one of the best games I have ever played. And I'm glad I got to share it with you all. You know, having the experience of the conversations that we've had, talking about this game, going through it, it certainly has been one of the best RPGs and messages that I've seen in a video game, at least in my recent lifetime, but certainly probably of all games all time. The Messenger is also one of my favorite games, and I've played that on stream as well. And this is up there with that to me. And I didn't think that this game would reach that potential, and I thought it would be cute and really fun. But I want to see what's next from this developer. And just briefly, I have pulled up their next game. It's coming to Kickstarter soon. And I'm just gonna share my screen. So their next game is called Wander Stars, and I don't know if it's going to quite connect with this world. But according to this Paper Castle Games, a new adventure begins. Wander Stars is a turn-based RPG with roguelite elements, where you make your own attacks by combining words to make your own fighting techniques. Learn new words to collect, combine, and experiment with to discover enemy weaknesses, synergies, and strategies that will help you win your battles. The story of Wander Stars follows Ringo, a young martial artist looking for her brother, and Wolf, a mysterious scoundrel running from his past, as they join forces in an unlikely partnership to collect the pieces of the Wander Star map. So we have Ringo, age 14, whose birthday is March 21st, likes chicken nuggets, PI battles, and dislikes apples and being alone. Wolf is age 29, birthday December 19th, likes black coffee, doing nothing, dislikes sweets, and being in debt. Who doesn't dislike being in debt? So this is the next game that they're putting out. Underhero was their first game, and obviously we saw it here. This is one that if it does get made and the Kickstarter does come to its full force and this does happen, I would like to play it on stream. It'll probably be put to the top of a priority queue, as it were. I love the idea of this, and I'm kind of wondering if our hero is going to end up in this world. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what they end up doing. And this is another creative mechanic, like you're combining words to formulate your attacks. Huge flame smash, and this is an enemy that's weak against burns. Like, this is super creative. And I know we've got at least one linguist in chat right now, if they haven't left. I think that's an awesome idea to, like, really merge the idea of the power of words and language. I don't know. Maybe the masked kid will have a cameo in the game. Jaguar, you called. Yeah, I was thinking specifically of you in that regard. But yeah. Il says, definitely will be supporting them. Wouldn't have discovered them without you. If you have the opportunity and the funds, I know I have my Patreon and everything in the description below, but if you have the opportunity as well to support this company and give them another shot at making another great game, please do. If you have the funds to be able to do it. I'm just going to throw that shout out to them. Because this has been a fantastic experience. And honestly, I know I said it already, but I'm really glad to have been able to share it with you all. I feel at a loss for words. I might want to look into supporting them as well. I'm going to look into that as soon as possible, as soon as their Kickstarter launches. Because this is one that I'd like to see manifest. Anything from this company, this organization. I know Underhero took them a number of years to produce. And they did say that their politics had improved over time, and I wonder how much of that really did tie into the leftist themes that I see here in Underhero. So, I'm going to ride the high of this, and I'm going to end on this positive note. Thank you again, everyone, and thank you, Paper Castle, for the development of this project. If you've enjoyed playing this, me playing this game, if you've enjoyed everything else about this, you enjoy my political content, or you want to check out more of my political content, do consider liking and subscribing. I have a link to my Discord and my Twitter in the description down below. In the Discord, we do have a tendency to talk about a lot of the same type of politics that we talk about on stream. You're definitely welcome to join the community. And we will let you in, and hopefully you'll be able to have and take part in more conversations there if you do join us. In addition to that, if you check the description down below, I have links to my Patreon and a single donation link. If you're in a financial place to do so, please do consider donating. A lot of the donations, most of the donations, all of the donations end up going back to the channel. It helps support it and make things happen, like the camera that is now a part of this channel that has us streaming in high definition. But that said, again, do support Paper Castle if you have the opportunity. I want to give them that full plug. This game has been fantastic. This has been a hell of an experience. And I am grateful again that you all got to take that journey with me. And if you're someone watching this on YouTube later, again, thank you for watching and for taking this journey with me, even past the point of the stream. With that said, my name is Anarchist Tara, and I thank you all so much for joining me on this journey and watching. As Merchant said, I hope everyone has a good night. Take care, everyone.